Hello, IEBA. My name is Todd Dyer. I'm the Vice President of Sales for Venues, Music Tours, and Live Events for CAPS Payroll, a cast and crew company. Being a part of IEBA has always been one of the many highlights each year for me. And while I very much miss seeing and spending time with all of you, I'm still honored to be part of this conference today. For those unfamiliar, CAPS Payroll and Cast and Crew serve as the leading employer of record payroll service to the entertainment industry. While delivering much needed payroll functions to the live productions and tours across the globe, we also serve to deliver to our clients workers' compensation insurance for every person we pay, full claims administration to all paid employees, be it injury, disability, or unemployment, and are capable of employee and employer tax remittance to any jurisdiction in the United States and Canada for both union and non-union staff and crews. In conjunction with these primary services, CAPS also delivers to our clients a suite of digital resources ranging in employee onboarding, timekeeping, and record management to accounting and script writing, all serving to deliver to our clients a further touch-free and digital workplace to support their crews. Today it is my pleasure to introduce our next panel. For centuries, venue operators have been charged with maintaining safe and secure buildings for public assembly. We've faced crises before and have been tasked with a new normal over and over again. As we prioritize venue preparations for a safe return, we are also evolving technology to engage fans, identify demand scenarios, and respond with flexible pricing and nuanced incentives. Our customers vote with their trust and their wallets. We can rest in the knowledge that we possess the experience and the expertise to rebuild confidence in live events and develop and implement new safety strategies that are credible, functional, and economically feasible. With that, please welcome the panelists for the new protocols and technology for the COVID era.
We know the pandemic has brought the live event industry to its knees, and we hope everyone impacted out there is doing as best as possible during these truly unprecedented times. This is our business and our industry, and we will come back better and stronger than ever. We are all in this together. The way that will happen is through new COVID protocols, technology rollouts, and new business operational models. Today, we are joined by 5 distinguished professionals and colleagues who are playing a hands-on role in ensuring that when our venues come online with events, they are presented in a safe and welcoming environment with new focuses, among them cleanliness and new technological enhancements. My name is Eric Bressler, and I'm Senior Vice President of Programming for Climate Pledge Arena in Seattle and the Oakview Group. And along with Nick Verowick, the Vice President of Programming for Climate Pledge Arena, we will serve as your host today for this panel. And we do want to offer a special thanks to CAPS Payroll for all their support with the IEBA conference and the sponsorship of this panel. Let's introduce our guest panelists. First, Don Graham, VP of Events for Climate Pledge Arena in Seattle and Oakview Group. Mel Raines, Executive Vice President, Corporate Communications, Community Engagement, and Facility Operations, Bankers Life Fieldhouse, and the Indiana Pacers. Mel does have the longest title in the history of the industry. Kim Stone, General Manager of Chase Center with the Golden State Warriors. Mike Platino, Founder, Food Service Matters. And Angela Miles Powell, Regional Vice President, Venues and Promoters Segment, Ticketmaster. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you, Eric. We appreciate it.
So I think to get things started, what I want to do is ask you all a question and have all of you respond. And again, in this forum, just looking for your perspectives as all of this has hit. But from the time that COVID first appeared and the industry shut down in March, what was your initial reaction and what steps did you start implementing to adjust your specific business operation? And so I think we'll start with Mike Platino. Mike?
Thanks, Eric. Well, I certainly think we knew we were at the start of something extraordinary. I don't know looking back if we realized the depth or the scope or the breadth of it. But I think we did what probably everyone on the panel did. You started talking to folks within the industry, right? We knew we had to have more conversations and get as quick of an understanding as we could about what the short-term impacts, what we thought they were going to be, and obviously start planning out. So I think it was a lot of phone calls, and it was a lot of offers to make sure that we were participating and we were there when different partners needed us.
Kim?
We were had heard about it, Eric, and it was somewhere in the end of February. We had a company-wide meeting. It was just our typical weekly meeting, VPs and above. And the VP from Community Relations asked, what were we doing to take care of people, to protect them? And I was like, wow, if the VP of Community Relations really wants to know what the plan is, like we've got to be on it. We were already doing the signage, the extra sanitizers, the hand wipes. We had increased our cleaning because that's what we knew at that time. But we probably tripled down on that, so much so that the game after that meeting, San Francisco Chronicle writer was here, and he jokingly referred to us as the Perel Palace, because everywhere you turned, you could get some Perel. So we pivoted quick in that moment. And it's just a shame. I can't believe it's been 7 months ago, but you know, we're all focused on getting out of this and making sure our arenas are safe for the return to live events, because we know I'm sure everybody is dying to get back in and fear the roar of the crowd and the sounds and energy you just can't get anywhere else.
Angela?
Yeah, I think, like many of you already said, Kim and Mike, I think the initial reaction was, listen, we've got some pretty much short-term immediate needs for fans and for our clients to immediately get messaging out to fans, whether an event was postponing or rescheduling. Those were the most immediate needs. And are we making sure that fans have the right information and that we're updating events quickly and timely? As we know that it was a quick pivot to shut things down pretty quickly into March. And so there were lots of events and many of the venues that were on sale and were planning to happen within the next few days. So those were the most immediate needs. And then kind of like thinking long-term, like we have some of these events, we clearly are going to be working with our clients to move them and to educate fans. And then what does that look like if you're going to have an event during this time, right? What does that look like? What are technologies and processes that we can put into place for our clients so that when they do and after, they pivot and move some of these events, what that's going to look like. So I think it was really about some short-term, immediate fan education, and then more into how are we going to address this and what technology should we pivot to?
Don?
Yeah, I think there's a couple things. I mean, obviously my first initial thought was, I know that this industry would come together because that's what we're used to and that's what we do. So originally for me personally, I was traveling back and forth because obviously our Climate Pledge Arena is not open. So unlike Mel and Kim, we didn't have events to stop. We didn't have anything going on. So initially I was kind of commuting back and forth between LA and Seattle. And when everything hit, I stopped that commuting. We had some plans of traveling to other venues, like our industry always does. We always help each other out. So when someone's building a new venue, a lot of other venues offer up to have us come visit their venues to kind of take away some best practices and look and feels of some of the venues so we can put those into our venue. So some of that had to come to a halt. But again, the venues came back and said, well, let's get together and do it virtually. So we started doing that a lot virtually, and we started getting together still online and discussing best practices for opening up our venue when we open up in 2021. But we then started to get into the COVID discussions, and we started leading a COVID task force just in Seattle. And it made sense just to talk about it as an overall Oakview task force. So we got together with all of our venues and we sit and we share best ideas. And, I know we're all used to working 18 hours and working on weekends when pre-COVID. We're still doing that now because everybody's doing that, doing Zoom calls, sharing best practices, working on technologies, products, and solutions and studying that. So, the business transferred a little bit from doing it in person to online, but I still think we're able to accomplish a lot of things and communicate, be with each other still, talk to each other on best practices. And for me personally, that helped us get back to a little bit of some events with the NHL bubble. And obviously we had a group of us go to Toronto, and a group of us go to Edmonton. So we were able to still help and work on some of the events. It was a big transition for a lot of people because it was different. You're working inside of a bubble, but big shout out to the team at MLSE and the Oilers Entertainment Group as far as keeping that bubble intact in those two venues. But that's what we do as an industry. We all help each other out, and I continue to see that happening every single day, especially with a conference like this.
Great answer, Don. Mel?
I think like Kim, we started hearing about it in late February, and just because of timing, we were in the middle of hosting the Big Ten women's tournament and the Big Ten men's tournament back to back. So we only had one Pacer game in like a 13-day period, which is sort of rare for us that time of year. And I felt like for about 10 days, I was running from a tidal wave. Like it was coming and you knew it was coming and you didn't know exactly how to handle it. So our company started we don't work remotely very often, or before this, I would say. And so, we just had to get everybody ready to what we thought maybe for a week or two. And most people haven't been back yet. Be able to work remotely with our CTO did a great job of getting that going. We canceled the Big Ten men's tournament 10 minutes before tip off of the second session. So I had a building full of food and Big Ten staff and a lot of other things to kind of, and our busiest month of the year. So we just, from a building perspective, had to get all of that together. And then we're on a construction project, a 3-year, $360 million construction project that was starting Monday when we closed on Thursday, which I'll talk more about later in the panel. But sort of, for us, it's just been a cultural shift to moving to this virtual way of working, which I think will make us better long-term because we're very much a come to the office sort of company before this. But, and so I think we'll have more flexibility going forward. But like a lot of everyone else just said, I think it's just changed how much I've never spent so much time talking to my counterparts as I have in the last 6 months, which has been great, not just on COVID, but on how we operate our business.
Appreciate all of your perspectives, and I know that everybody who's viewing and listening today will share those as well, because I am sure there are a lot of people out there feeling the same thing, and it's always nice to hear what everybody else is thinking, to your point of the collaboration and being able to talk to everybody, and thank you for your perspectives on those feelings. I want to transition now to really what is the subject to start, and that is COVID and health protocols and everything that has come out of this. I want to shift to Don Graham, and Don mentioned it. Don is leading the charge for all of the health and wellness and sanitation efforts related to Oakview Group, and Don was tasked and given the responsibility to lead the bubble with the NHL in Toronto, which he did unbelievable work. The success of the bubble has been written about, and it's a real testament to him and his team. But Don, maybe if you could spend a little bit here and talking about the experiences that you learned in the bubble in terms of the health and wellness, the logistics behind the scenes at the venue, and what you see being able to be implemented at venues and events going forward, and maybe some changes that operationally we are going to see going forward here as we come out of this.
Yeah, perfect. Thanks, Eric. And I think the biggest piece that I take away from this is, and again, I mentioned this before with OEG and MLSE on how they had to get ready for this. They were really notified only a couple weeks in advance, coming off of a shutdown of their buildings from February or March, and then transitioning into reopening again, obviously with no fans, but still having 12 teams with 52 people per team, media, just the NHL staff. I mean, each venue had 1,200 people coming through every single time there was an event going on. And some days we had 3 games, some days we had 2, some days we had 1. So obviously they have a huge credit to them because they had to react pretty quickly and figure out a way to get some of the policies and procedures that the NHL had put down with their phase 4 protocols. And the NHL did it right. They did it right, I think, with their protocols that they set forth. There was a guideline that everybody needed to follow. And I think when I go back and think about it today, is it was an all-in buy-in from every single person that was in the bubble. And that's the most important takeaway that I've taken from there, is not only did every single department that worked inside the facility, between the food and beverage, the maintenance, the housekeeping, everybody bought in on the protocols, and everybody from the top of the NHL executives all the way down to the bottom of the housekeeper knew exactly what they had to do every single day. Because if there was one thing you couldn't do, if something went wrong, then the entire thing could be shut down, and it just wasn't what we were about to have happen. And we were living up to the Canadian regulations of what we had to do to keep everything intact. And there was a lot of eyes on us. So I think it was very important to have the departments buy in. And again, going back to the protocols that the NHL set up, it was the first time they were doing it. So when they wrote the protocols, they had a lot of medical experts weigh in, a lot of legal experts weigh in. And there were some gray areas. Of course, there's going to be gray areas, but they never wavered from their protocols. If there was a gray area, we all got together and we sat down and we talked about what the gray area was and how we can make sure we implement that gray area to the best of our ability. So to me, what I want to say to everybody on this panel and everybody that is listening to this is, when you have your protocols and you have everything that you've set up, just stick to it. Don't waver from it. Make sure you stick with your protocols, because you wrote them for a reason, and they're meant to be used for every single person. So if you're going to mandate masks and you're going to mandate social distancing, make sure you're there enforcing that. And that's kind of where we came in as the compliance team and the sanitization team. We came in to make sure that the protocols were lived up to by every single person. And it was amazing how the players, the trainers, the equipment managers, the GMs, everybody there bought into the protocols and they lived up to it. And as you can see, they were able to raise the Stanley Cup in Edmonton with no positive cases, and everything came together perfectly. So again, I think the other thing is be flexible, because as we know with this virus, things change. Every single day there is something that is changing. We're learning something new. We thought something was happening and then we had to kind of change. So be flexible, stay with your protocols, but also be flexible if there's a time in the protocols that have to tinker just a little bit on how you implement those things. For us, I think it was just something that we really came out of it being very proactive rather than reactive. And I think the types of things we're going to see when we reopen our venues is, a lot of times our staff, we used to talk to them and say, kind of just be in the background. Don't be out front. Don't be there like making sure you're impeding in the customer experience. Now I think it's more like we need to be out there and show that we're out there with sanitization crews and we're out front and we're wiping things down before people ask us to. It's just something that we should be doing proactively. And you look at it from the NHL standpoint, people always said, why are you wiping the benches down in between periods? Why are you wiping the penalty boxes in between periods? Well, why not? Because we should have probably been doing that before. They're like, well, the players are sitting in the same spots, but you don't always know that. They're not always sitting there. A referee could have come over and maybe had done something and maybe accidentally spit into the players' benches. So why not just clean that and sanitize that in between periods? So I think you're going to start seeing those types of things happen. You're going to see locker rooms be sanitized more often. You're going to see just spaces that you need to do more with, because you want the players to focus on playing the game rather than them worrying about if the space that they're sitting in was cleaned or not. They should just know that and they can see the crew there doing it. And I think it's very important for that. We just really love the fact that we were able to have that chance and take these best practices back out of the Toronto bubble and Edmonton bubble and take it to any of our venues that we're working in today. So you're going to see a lot of policies and procedures out there. We just need to make sure that we find out the right ones that can work for all of our venues, and kind of weed out the ones that are just there to make a buck. So I think we've been doing that with the experience coming out of the bubble, and been doing that with all of our venues inside the Arena Alliance.
Hey Don, I want to pipe in and ask a quick question. And all of what you said was super interesting and useful for the entire group and everybody listening. But one of the unique experiences, I think, on top of everything else that you went through was, your interaction with the players. And that's something that, you know, we've been thinking about the fans and bringing the fans back, but you've had some direct experience with dealing with the talent, so to speak. And I think we all know on this that talent can be pretty difficult to manage sometimes. Can you talk a little bit more about how your experience was there?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question, Nick. Thank you. You know, we always, and I'm actually wearing the shirt today. So it's the shirts that we bought all of our compliance officers and our sanitization officer and our chief hygiene officer. And we were known as kind of the black golf shirt crew that kind of walked around the venues, making sure everybody was compliant with all the policies and procedures. But you know, from the minute that the players walked off the buses and walked into the hotels that were inside the bubble, they knew that they were there for one thing, and they were there to win the Stanley Cup. So it was a little bit easier for us to know that we had the buy-in from them when they came on, where they basically just knew that we were there to help protect them, protect ourselves, and protect everybody else that was inside the bubble. So we had a lot of interactions. You know, we were making sure that whenever they came off the bus, no one could touch their equipment. Everything was brought in by them. They had to transfer it up to the hotel rooms themselves. A lot of that didn't normally happen on the roads. They had people doing that for them. So there was a lot of interaction with the players in that respect, just kind of going through the guidelines and the procedures, and then just making sure that they got their testing every day, making sure that they did their health screening. We used the Clear system. So they did a health screening every single morning, and then they came down and did a temperature check before they went to the practice facility or the game facility. So we had great interaction even in the restaurants, because there was only certain places that you can eat with inside the bubble. So when you walked in and they saw you walk in, even if they weren't completely sitting so close to each other, you can see them all of a sudden separate and go to that 6 foot distance and leave that seat in between. They knew it. You would walk by and they'd pull up their mask if it fell down a little bit, and they'd make sure that they knew that they were following the right policies and procedures, because the last thing they wanted to do was be that person that stopped the return to play.
Thanks,
Great
Don.
answer, Don, and obviously it shows tremendous trust that the players also had in the system towards all the logistics and also the staff there with yourself and the team. I want to throw it out to the panelists here. Does anybody have a question for Don in relation to his experience in the bubble and other matters related to the hygienics?
Don, I have a question. What was your biggest surprise when you got there? I'm sure you spent hours and hours thinking through everything that would happen, but when you got on site, were there any immediate surprises?
Yeah, I think the biggest surprise is how much PPE we had to distribute. I didn't really think about it when we got there, that the amount of work it took to have all the elements that the NHL protocol set in place, between the masks, the hand sanitizers, the wipes, the sprays, just making sure that got to all the facilities. Because not only are you talking about all the hotel rooms, you're talking about all the gyms, you're talking about all the restaurants, you're talking about the practice facility that had 4 sheets of ice that you had 12 teams practicing at, that you had to outfit all the locker rooms with hand sanitizer stations. And again, I think Mel and Kim, you guys are aware of that because your venues were operating. We came off of a complete shutdown, and me not working in a venue for a little bit because leaving LA and coming to Seattle, we didn't have a venue. So I forgot about all those things that you have to think about, is making sure that you got all those places completely stocked with all the PPE gear, and the fact that people actually really used them. We took care of a lot of people with masks, mini hand sanitizer bottles, big hand sanitizer bottles, making sure all the machines were completely full all the time. It's a full-time job that I was not expecting when I first walked in there.
Thanks.
Great question, Mel. All right. Well, we've covered the cleanliness part, and certainly that's extremely important. But next up, we certainly need to focus on ticketing and ticketing operations. And for that, I'm going to throw it to Nick Verwick. Nick.
Yeah, thanks, Eric. I know prior to COVID, ticketing technology and ticketing in general has been a very important topic, and many venue operators and promoters were working with their ticketing partners on technologies like mobile entry, seat selection, among others. Starting with Angela, how have these topics continued to evolve or grow in popularity, if they have? And what other technology should ticket sellers, being the venues or the promoters, be seeking out or looking forward to as they make preparations to reopen?
Well, thanks for the question, Nick. Yeah, I think that which was one of the nice things is that we've kind of already started that digital journey and having lots of conversations with the clients about that digital and mobile technology. We kind of look at this in three different, like our tech pillars that we're looking at right now. And one of those are around social distancing tools, right? So you mentioned the seat map and seat selection, really looking at pod seating, whether we have, pods where fans can select seats for events that are kind of using the social distancing. And also really around timed entry, right? How do you manage crowds going into a venue with limited capacity, right? And to try to kind of keep those concourse levels and those areas around the door, kind of try to mitigate the amount of risk that's coming in through there. And really looking at contactless fan experience. And we're not talking about just scanning the ticket, but also, are you upselling merch? Are you upselling concessions? Are you doing some pre-packaging? We had leveraged that technology with a lot with early entry and some really nice things at venues, but really taking it to the next step. That was a lot about convenience for a fan, right? That had been a lot of focus of this digital is how can I make it convenient and how can I make it easy for the fan? Well, now we're using that same technology to make it safe for the fan to attend, for our clients to use the technology. And really along the third one, it goes right into Dawn's conversation about protocols. It's about fan education, right? As part of this process. Really from the entire journey of when you put the show on sale to when they enter the venue, right? All of those communication needs to be about what does the fan expect. Lots of surveys that we've been doing as we've been discussing the return to live has been around what would make you safe, right? What do you feel safe? Why would you want to return? When would you like to return? And most all of those are around what are you doing to make it safe when it comes to the venue? And understanding that process before they even cart a ticket is a really critical part. And then once they cart and purchase that ticket, what is the expectations when they enter the venue? It's something very critical. I think we've all, and lots of venues have some pretty great know before you go emails that they send out to fans. That is now more critical than ever when we start talking about what does it mean when I walk in? What do I expect? Can I, and to Don's point, you're going to see things that we typically don't see behind the scenes, or you typically don't put in a marketing email. You're going to be adding that information because that's what's going to make the difference between a fan clicking and carting a ticket to purchase during this time. And for a while, because, we see several different groups of fans out there. We have, what we consider our early returners, right? These are fans that buy right away. If you put a show on sale right now, even with social distancing, those are the fans that buy right now. But then you have some of those middle returners where they're thinking, well, as long as you've got some safety protocols, I feel like if there's not a surge in my particular market area, then I'll purchase. And then you have some fans that are not going to come back to live events until there's a vaccine. So are you managing those expectations of those different fan groups? Are you communicating in a way to them? Just because somebody's not returning right away to an event doesn't mean they're not reading your emails and your marketing about the events that are taking place right now, because that's going to help them feel like you care about that live experience and that you're going to make sure it's safe when they do come back. So those are where we kind of like our focus is. Thankfully, we were already down that path and really focused on it. And now it was just a pivot from convenience to safety.
Yeah, and you brought up a really good point there with the fan perspective and the fan education there. I think, in my opinion, all markets are different, and it's really going to be fascinating to see how every venue responds to their own fan base. And I think, throwing it out to the other panelists, what are you guys looking at in terms of with your ticketing partner and even your staff in general, the ticket takers, the guest services departments? What sort of things are you all looking at to kind of prepare for that moment when we do get to open and people start coming back to the building again?
I mean, I feel like this is going to propel a lot of us forward 5 years in, 9 to 12 months from going cashless to all the things Angela just talked about, 100% mobile, ticket scanners that aren't manned with a human being, to touchless restrooms, which we had never really talked about before. But I think, there are certainly some teams and buildings that were leading edge on a lot of it, Kim's being one of them. But for those of us who maybe weren't in a hurry to do some of those things, I mean, I think we'll all be there a lot quicker.
Yeah, I agree. And I think, even looking at it, when you go through trying to eliminate as many gathering touch points as possible, even looking at potentially having the ticket reader be read inside of a metal detector. So that way you're already just kind of just going through and you're not doing another stop point. Like, I would love to see if that's the future, and maybe it's coming quicker where you're going through a system that you don't even have to take anything out of your pockets anymore. It's reading you as you go through, and it's also scanning your ticket at the same time.
One of the areas we're hoping is that, and Angela touched on the merch. Look, the hope would be that the concert industry embraces the opportunity to get a little bit more forward thinking with the merchandise and being able to pre-order your merch before you even arrive at the building, and that all of a sudden it's ready to go when you arrive, and taking that more that longer runway, as opposed to showing up and all of a sudden rushing to the top of the concourse because you want that one sweatshirt and the line is 9 miles long. But the idea of concert merch has always been sort of okay, let's see what we have left coming from out of city A as we enter into city B. And so the hope might be that the industry does get a little bit more detailed and planned out as far as concert merch goes and how it can be blended into the app and pre-sold.
Angela. Well, thank you, Eric and Dawn, and Mel said it well. We're all pivoting what used to be like a long multi-year on-ramp for like mobile ticketing. We didn't even do mobile ticketing last year when we opened because the fan pushback. There are a lot of fans that were like, whoa, I want my ticket. Well, this is taking care of that. This is the compelling reason to change. But Angela, back to, I give you and Ticketmaster a lot of credit. Like you said, you've pivoted fast. You went to the pod seating. That was not easy to do. The timed entry is great. And then I've heard that contact tracing, you guys are, your manifests are somewhat helping with contact tracing. Now, maybe I'm taking liberties here with what I've heard and read in the media because we're not open and hosting events, but are there any insights there that as we all look to reopen, that you all have some capabilities or maybe some emerging technologies that will also help with that?
Well, I think that there's discussions taking place on that, but I think the concept of identity and making sure that you know who is attending the event has always been a critical and something that we probably, as an industry, to your point of, I want my hard ticket, I'm going to pass them out to my friends, I'm not going to go to a digital way of distributing the tickets, right? So I think that it's now more than ever when we start talking about understanding who's coming into the venue. Can be a part of that. I think that different, cities, states, and governments all have different protocols and whether or not that information can be shared. But I think that each of you and others on the call and others in, at this conference, we understand that, it used to be, again, a part of convenience of knowing, right? To market back to that fan. Great, thank you for attending our event. Would you like to see other events? We look forward to coming back. Was more of a marketing tool, but now I think you can use that as safety, right? And I think to a point of one of the things that we've seen really with our clients that have returned to some live events with a smaller number of fans, but still fans that have come into the venue and purchased tickets, was a lot of surveying after the fact. How was it? How did we do? What would you like to see more of? And I think that, again, understanding who's walking into that venue and who you can touch base with, I think will be critical. Because if you do need to, hey, to Michelle's point, or Mel's point, I didn't like the restroom experience, or I didn't like the concession experience. Those are things that will give you true insight as to fans that actually purchased and attended the show so that you could make pivots to the next event that you have. So I think that the more information that you have about those fans, Kim, the more information that you can have, that if it does, God forbid, there's something else that happens, that you would have an ability to go back out to that fan.
Yeah, we do that. What you said, Michelle, we've surveyed even in this time, and it's funny, you hit on the thing that was a little surprising to me is restroom capacity, and restroom management. So we were looking at $1 million investment just in that. alone. And I would have, to your point, I wouldn't have discovered it. It's an insight from fan sentiment surveys. So good reminder for all of us.
Great. Does the group have any additional questions for Angela or any other comments on ticketing?
I guess I would have one question, Angela. Has there been groups that have approached you to do a package where it's ticketing purchase and then a COVID test? Because I know there are some things flying around out there that people are talking about adding a COVID test inside the ticket price and then sending the COVID test to someone's house, and they have to kind of attaches that to the ticketing.
Well, interesting. I think that one of the things that all of us have, again, when we talk about being more creative, I absolutely believe that there'll be, I've heard some rapid testing as people are approaching. We're seeing temperature checks. We're seeing lots of protocols as fans enter the venue. I absolutely see opportunities to be creative. Again, this is about, if we have, as an industry, want to return to live events and we want fans to feel comfortable, we're going to have to pivot and make sure that we have technology and we are leveraging resources from sponsors or from fans or from municipalities and a lot of partnerships that we have out there to make sure that fans feel that way. So I do believe that we'll continue to be creative in making sure, and fans will kind of drive that, right? Fans will help drive that discussion because, again, it's about, if you put a show on sale or you're wanting fans to come, it's going to have to be really a dialogue between them as to what's going to make them comfortable to go and return to live. So I absolutely believe that we have to be creative and we have to keep everything on the table as a conversation.
Angela, I'm curious, going through all this with Ticketmaster and certainly the shows, adjusting, but what's been the biggest surprise from Ticketmaster's front in relation to the fans, and anything that has been learned from the fans themselves? Many have certainly asked for refunds, others have not. Just wondering, maybe something that's been learned in the fan interaction with the fans.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great question. And I think that, we did a lot of surveying. We've been looking at, over time, that would be fans that have purchased, pre-COVID, and then fans that have purchased events post-COVID into maybe that social distancing seating. No, one of the main takeaways has always been where we want to return to live. There's not this expectation as to when I'll ever go back. It's just when I'll go back. Right? There's not this expectation that I'm not going to attend live events, whether that's a sporting event or a concert event. That has never been really questioned. Pricing hasn't really been a huge motivating factor. It's not the expectation that you're going to have to discount pricing, right? It doesn't mean that you're going to not have to pivot a little bit on some pricing. And we've seen that with some of the pod seating where you may have had multiple price levels, but may only have two for some social distancing seating. But there is going to be a return. Fans do want to go back. It varies by city and state, right? Parts of the country matter as to whether or not the type of an event matters. But, we saw a lot of creative, right? Let's take the event outside where fans are more comfortable being outside. So you pivoted to, I might be a performing arts building, but I'm going to make this event outside, right? You saw the rise of pop-up drive-in concerts, right? I think, and I'm sure we're going to talk a little bit on this panel about programming, but I think that some of the things that we've seen have been really creative programming. There's probably an opportunity to continue some of that, right? Like maybe there is some more community stuff you can do. There's an alternative space at your venue that you can use for some of these smaller events that can kind of engage during times that are typically your higher volume or low volume at the venue, if you see an amphitheater season versus high-end arena, right? So I think that I've been really impressed that fans still want to attend shows. They're still very active in their artist communities, and they're still very, very pro, I want to go back to live events.
I think that's music to our ears. I mean, and having the survey, I think we all knew that or felt that way, but having the survey data to back it up is certainly encouraging as well. So, any other questions? All right, well, we're going to switch topics again. I'll throw it back to Eric to open the discussion on the effects and impact that we've seen in the food and beverage operations across the industry. Eric?
Thanks, Nick. Certainly, when all the fans come back, we do want them to eat. We do want them to drink and enjoy themselves at our safe venues. And I want to throw it over to Mike Platino with Food Service Matters. Mike, you've been at ground zero with many venues and teams, facilities, looking at all of what food and beverage is going to look like coming back in terms of the logistics, protocols, health standards in city to city. Can you let us in a little bit on how you've seen this go through and what you've been experiencing, and also, most importantly, what changes you see coming to our venues?
I sure can. And pleased to report, or pleased to say that I was at a live fan event just last week at MSU. So we had 12,000 people. And I think as Angela noted, you know, where you live and where your venue is makes a huge difference. If I didn't know better, the fans at MSU, it was life as we knew it. So it is going to be interesting geographically, depending on I think how folks react. But you know, our point of view on food and beverage from the beginning was probably a mix of reality and optimism. Right, the reality that we're going to have to really amp up the messaging and the optics to make sure that both fans and employees, right, were assured that they were going to come to a clean, sanitized facility. And that was interesting, being in an industry where we served 100 million people a year, really without incident. So food and beverage was a very safe, regimented industry to start with. So, you know, we understood the optics side of it, but candidly, track record, pretty rock solid. Hard for probably of any of us to name a mass event where there was a foodborne illness type situation. So, but we matched it up with our optimistic view, and that we normally have, that this was going to be, and I think Michelle, you said it, an accelerant for us. It was going to push things forward that, for whatever reason, weren't moving in our view fast enough. And cashless is certainly top of the list. We knew it worked. We knew it drove revenue. We knew it sped up service. We knew it was safer. We knew it saved a lot of money. But at the rate we were going pre-COVID, we were going to spend 10 years getting our venues to fully transition. For a lot of, I think Kim mentioned what the fans want, or you know, the notion of ticketless. This is giving everyone a wonderful opportunity to do something for the fans. And at our first cashless event in Mississippi just last week, not a glitch, not a peep. Just that's the way it is now today. So we're really encouraged on some of the brush fire events we call them. You know, the mobile ordering, a chunk of the industry in food and beverage that's had a 1-3% adoption rate for 10 years. We've been trying to figure it out, right? Has it been signage? Has it just been the way we've been doing it? Early indications, and we're real early now, but that 1 or 2 or 3 is 15 and 20% now. You know, if we could continue the transformation of having a fan treat a concession stand as a fulfillment center, not an order fulfillment center, we can dramatically change what happens now at concession stands, where we know we don't move lines fast enough. So seeing the embrace of technology, which it's probably contributing 30-40% to the food and beverage story, right? If we can take away the cash, if we can put the ordering in the hands of a fan, it starts changing the other dynamics, the other pieces of food and beverage. You know, we're seeing the explosion of grab and go markets, and some of that's being driven by the fact that they were already starting to roll, but the notion that we need to find ways to operate venues with a lot less staff than we did. Staffing was tight before COVID, and now it's twice as difficult to get staff to come work. And that was one of our learnings just last week, that the numbers of folks who didn't show up was probably double what we thought it was going to be. And then I think there's a little bit of a simplification going on, that we knew what items always sold, but over the years I think there was just creep in the menu. So watching now as we scale that back, but just really target the offerings a little bit more to, once again, how do we speed up service and really hit the key pieces of of the fan experience. And then in the case of the collegiate world, we're seeing the rapid deployment of alcoholic beverages, right? Stuff that was normally relegated in the college world to tailgates. Well, tailgates are gone now. So it became another reason, and one of those things that was happening anyway, but now it's happening, or it's happened overnight almost. So we think, and hopefully, it probably runs across all the different sectors that we are going to wake up and be better, stronger, and certainly more efficient on the food and beverage side. It's just going to take us a little bit to get there, and figuring out what now are short-term things you have to do today and what's going to stick is probably one of the biggest questions that we keep asking ourselves. What's really the new norm, and what's what we have to do today, and are we going to wake up in a year and a half and be really back in 80% of the routine that we were in before? So if anyone has the answer to that question, I'm all ears. So hopefully that helped.
Great synopsis, Mike. Does anybody have any questions for Mike?
Mike, are you seeing,
Sorry, go ahead, Kim.
sorry, Don. Mike, are you seeing a move toward more packaged products?
I think right now we are, right? So everything, we operated full-blown concession stands, full menus at MSU last week. The premium operations were fully open, plexiglass and food being served, but otherwise the buffet that was there last year is the buffet that's there this year. On the concession side, everything was in a container, a hinged container, not necessarily sealed. So yes, but I think a couple of months ago, or for folks who are a little bit a few months away from maybe having fans in their venues, I think there's a little bit of a notion that we really have to just serve 3 or 4 packaged items and not veer. So I think we're seeing different degrees of that right now. Of everything is in a container, which there's no open boats right now, but. Aside from that, I think it's going to wind up getting pretty close to normal.
This is, Mike, this is a purely opinion question.
Yeah.
So,
Yep.
so I know there's a lot of talks out there about how food and beverage could be served. In my opinion, obviously for us, we are sports and entertainment venues,
Yeah.
but a lot of our venues are focused on music. A lot of music events don't work unless you're at 100% capacity. It's either because of the vibe or financials, or just because the artist won't play unless it's a full house. Yeah. So we know that the virus is very airborne. We know it's a very hard struggle to get good circulation in a large square foot seating bowl. So there's been conversations out there about creating food areas so that when you're sitting in the bowl and you're watching the show, you keep your mask on and you're sitting next to somebody. But if you want to go and have a beverage or eat, you go to a certain part of the building where they potentially do more circulation, different filters, just a different atmosphere to control some of the airborne things that you can go and eat and drink. Have you talked about that or discussed that potentially that could work, where you're taking a seating section or a part of the concourse and those are designated food and beverage areas?
We haven't been involved in that, but it's interesting you mentioned that, because we had a couple of different calls or conversations about that exact point of our right now we have 3 venues that are in some form of fans either have returned or they're coming back the next game, right? Nashville, if things start picking up in the right direction there, certainly New Orleans Saints, right? So we're right on the bubble, if you will, on that. But we have not been part of a discussion in any of our venues or with our partners about dedicated areas. It's been focused on logistics, on premium, on suites. How do we serve a premium suite product in today's world and what that looks like, but not on dedicated areas.
Thank you.
Yep.
Great answer, Mike, and appreciate all that insight into what's happening in food and beverage. It leads into, after everything all we've been talking about, is the facilities themselves. I want to look to Kim and Mel here, because certainly they both have unique situations. Mel in Indianapolis at Bankers Life Fieldhouse, you've been going through a renovation, a planned renovation, adjustments along the way. Kim, you have celebrated a 1-year anniversary for Chase Center. And I think we'd like to throw out to both of you to maybe talk about the impact that all of the changes and the adjustments that are being made coming out of COVID, how both of you are looking at this for your respective venues and the adjustments that you are having to make as we come back.
Thanks, Eric. I'll start it, Kim. So when this happened, we immediately looked at it from 2 lenses. One is just a pure construction perspective. We were about to start the next Monday with a big part of our first phase, which is our biggest phase of construction. And we didn't know if construction sites would be allowed to stay open. So I'm sure Don was dealing with that, and you in Seattle and other job sites like Belmont. And would we be able to get the people and supplies that we needed? So we did a 2-week pause, and it became clear that we were going to have to make adjustments to the first phase if we were going to open back up on October 1st for the NBA, which is now in hindsight rather naive. But we have been able to extend and do the entire scope since we have till December. So we were looking at it that way. But then immediately when we adjusted some things, it was, what is the science telling us? So we were on a whole bunch of calls with GMs from other teams, from Oakview Group, the league, was hired an industrial hygienist and others. And it's been fascinating to me how much the science has evolved. When we closed, I had the health department commissioner really helping us every step of the way to try to have this tournament safely. And the conventional wisdom at the time was, you don't want to wear masks. Don't put your people in masks. Well, obviously we've come 180 degrees in that. And when we all first closed, if we were to have reopened quickly, I think we would have spent millions of dollars on things that wouldn't have made sense. And so we now have had the time to take a look at those things. So we've gone to where most of phase 1, a lot of it is premium, which is very high touch. Usually it's now touchless. So it's a complete departure from what we would have done a year ago if we had renovated, whether that's in the restrooms. We were going to refillable sodas in some of our clubs. Well, that's the day of the refillable soda has died at Bankers Life Fieldhouse. So those are all gone. Door handles, we looked a lot at materiality at high touch areas and where we may change things to be antimicrobial. And then, there was a minute where people said, well, you don't want stainless steel in kitchens because it'll stay on stainless steel longer. Well, I also didn't want to renovate a kitchen that needs to last 25 years with something that would break down in 2. So we sort of didn't listen to some of those things and said, to what Mike was saying, they clean these kitchens constantly if they're doing their jobs correctly. And so we didn't do some things that we might have otherwise done. And we've been doing a lot of fan surveys. So what do our fans expect? We did a round in April and July. I'm waiting on the results from our September survey, but it matches what everyone's been talking about. They expect to have, a really high profile where we are all hiding our cleaning staff before. They'll be in bright uniforms, cleaning, very front of house constantly. They want to be spaced. I'm renovating a building. I'm not building a new one. So the space I have is the space I have to get people in and out, but we're gonna look at it pretty scientifically and how we can space them out into different places we don't open up very often, stairwells, but we'll do those things. And then, meeting the NBA's requirements, which our first event is not likely to be an NBA game. We're looking at some other events that could be in before. And so we've got to not rely just on the leagues to provide guidance, but we've got to come up with our own, which I think we've got a good plan. And we've been collaborating better with the other buildings more than ever before in terms of sharing best practices. And Kim was nice enough to read my 80-page plan and sent some really great feedback back. So that's kind of where we are in Indy.
And Mel, you've done a great job. You probably had it harder than most of us because you were about to literally go into construction and had to pivot. So kudos to you. I know it hasn't been easy in the conversations in your 80-page plan. Your fans in Indiana should feel very good about coming to your field house. In San Francisco, the nice thing is we pivoted too, but we're state of the art facilities. So when you spend $1.6 billion, you have a lot of the new things, and we were the new shiny toy. So our HVA system was already using MERV 14 filters. The recommendation is 13 at least, and so we come with some really built-in advantages. The cashless. Mike was our consultant on our food and beverage and created an outstanding partnership with Bon Appetit. Plus, we're the use of Square for our POS, and they are very nimble and have shifted to meet the cashless. So we just have some inherent advantages just because we're new. And it was built here in the Bay Area, where convenience and using everything mobile is what they wanted anyway. But that being said, we probably have one of the highest, most difficult hurdles to overcome here in the Bay Area, just in terms of the extremely conservative approach that is being taken by our health officials. And so therefore we have a mountain to climb. So our focus, we are going to probably invest another $3 to $4 million at least. I mentioned the bathroom technology. We are doing a redesign of our Star Campus. We have listened to the promoters who have said that they're going to most likely want the local tour separate from the national tour. We have heard about separate catering. We've listened, and we've really gone in, and we were going to do some redesign to our Star Campus, which is our dressing room corridor anyway. And so everything's going touchless. That was sort of dumb luck that we're able to do that in back of house, in front of house. Everything that has been said here. We were touchless in many of our bathrooms, but now we're going to go in all of them. But for us, because of that high bar that is set here, we're looking at a testing plan and a testing protocol, and which means 18,000 fans and our 1,000 employees will get tested before every game, and that's pretty bold and pretty innovative. But a little context is important. Joe Lacob, our owner, has his master's in epidemiology and public health, and then he got his MBA from Stanford and became a venture capitalist who was specialized in the healthcare field. So he is uniquely positioned for this situation, and he has been very much an advocate at the league office for the fact that we're probably going to live with this, and testing is probably going to be part of it till we get to a really good vaccine. So therefore, that's what our focus has been, and it's been phenomenal. It's been amazing. It's very unique. It's a high challenge. Dawn, I'm going to call you about Clear. We're talking with them, but the ability to verify identification and make sure that the test results are in Clear, and then the guest would walk up to our venue, scan their QR code that says they're COVID free, and then they would come onto our facility. That's just what we have to do because of the situation that we are in out here, and that's okay. We can, and we're fortunate to be able to do that. So that's our focus. We're a barely used facility, less than 6 months. I always refer to it as parking your Ferrari in the garage. It's not what it's meant to do. It's what we've had to do. So I can't wait to get it back out and rev the engine and get it back going, because that's what our buildings are meant to do, is to have heavy loads, to be stressed. So we'll end up recommissioning our building, and we've taken this time to finish our massive punch list that comes after construction. I'm sure Mel's got a punch list. It'll go into your next year anyway. But what I do know is I want to echo what's been said here, is just the collaboration, and I call it crowdsourcing, that is happening for how we're going to get out of this has been phenomenal. And I'm just so thankful to be in this industry. It was already an industry with some amazing professionals, experts in the world in what we do, and just really good people who want to help each other get out of this. And so I look forward to being able to visit all these facilities and have you all come visit ours, hopefully in the next 12 months at least. Hopefully before then, but we know we've got some work to do.
I think that's truly a great way to end this panel. Kim, terrific words, and I'll echo the message to everybody who's listening today on this, that we're all in this together. If you haven't talked to somebody in a little bit and you miss them, reach out to them. They'd love to hear from you. Everyone wants to talk about what's going on, lean on each other. We're all in this together, and certainly today you've had the chance to hear from the experts and learn a lot, and we're greatly appreciative for everybody joining today. And on that note, we hope you stay safe, healthy, happy, and we'll see you soon at events. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Eric. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks,
Thank you, everybody.
My forecast for the industry is divided between the short term and the long term. In the short term, unfortunately, we have to expect some continued pain. 2020, as we all know, will be remembered as the great disaster. In 2021, we're going to be rebuilding as activity resumes, but still it'll be really challenging as the pandemic is still present. For example, it's going to be very challenging to book and maintain global tours when guidelines are so inconsistent from country to country and even from state to state. During this time, multinational companies with solid liquidity will be able to weather the storm. But the smaller, more independent companies, many of them won't survive, especially if there's no further government relief on the horizon. But those of us who do make it through the gauntlet, I think will enjoy a very rosy future. All the consumer polling that I've seen indicates that once the all clear is sounded, fans are going to rush back to live events. We're already seeing it in sports. Mark Geiger says it's going to be like the Roaring 20s, and I concur. 2022 will be the year that we get back to the new normal. But what's the new normal? The integration of virtual technology into physical events like never before. COVID-era innovations and streaming were never going to replace live events, but now they will enhance live events. The ice has already been broken, both with fans and performers, and we're going to see some really cool integrations that bridge the virtual and live experience. Imagine 20,000 live fans in one physical place, connected up with 100,000 fans throughout the world, all participating in the same moment. Virtual meet and greets with artists, remote cameras that the virtual user can control to customize the view of the live concert in real time. The list goes on and on. We're also seeing companies like Facebook and Spotify doing a much better job of integrating events into the native user experience. We're just around the corner from being able to listen to a song or see a video and one click buys your concert ticket. So the long term is indeed very bright. We just have to work together like never before as an industry to get there as intact as possible. Have a great conference, everyone.
Good afternoon and welcome to our discussion about equality in the live entertainment business. I'm Allie Harnell and I joined Live Nation last year to focus on all things that would advocate for, amplify, and advance women in our industry and, for that matter, the world. I've long been a champion for gender equality. Then this summer, when the world was tucked inside due to COVID and George Floyd was murdered, the world shifted. Blackout Tuesday gave me an opportunity to dive deep into what the movement was calling for, a true audit of my views on racial and social justice. And dive in I did. I read as much as I could, watched all the films and docs recommended, had lively and challenging discussions. The whole world, in fact, seemed to be doing the same and demanding change. Protests, statues being torn down, absolute unrest. There is a clarion call for justice and equality, and for me in particular, on intersectional gender work. So today we tackle our own house, where we work, to create a dynamic industry that reflects the public we serve. How do we do that? If we begin by looking at inequality, things start to change. It's changing hearts and minds, and it's changing systems and structures. First, we must question, who does inequality affect? What drives inequality? And then the more uncomfortable part, what's the system that drives the inequality, and what is our role in maintaining that system? Conversely, what is our role in changing it, and what are we prepared to do to achieve change? I'm looking forward to unpacking these questions with our awesome panel. So without further ado, I'll turn it over to them to introduce themselves. And I'll also remind everyone to try and mute when you aren't speaking.
Hi, everybody. Good afternoon. My name is Binta Brown. I'm an artist manager and music executive, founder of a production company called Oma Lily Projects, and am also the co-founder and co-president of the Black Music Action Coalition.
Hey everyone, thank you Allie and IEBA for having me. I'm Becky Gardenhire. I'm an agent at WME in our Nashville office. I run the Nashville office as a co-head, and I'm really excited. I've been doing a lot of diversity inclusion work with the ACMs. I'm co-chair of their diversity and inclusion task force, and also help run and work with our Nashville office, our WME Nashville's office diversity group. So excited to be here, excited to hear the conversation.
Hello, I'm David Carrigan. I'm dialing in from London, and I'm the Director of Diversity and Inclusion for Live Nation Entertainment in its international markets. I'm really excited to be here today to get a bit of a take on a North American twist to this issue and hopefully give a bit of a flavour for the international markets as well.
Hello, I'm Donna Julian. I'm the Executive Vice President for Hornet Sports and Entertainment, which obviously is, I run also the Spectrum Center Arena in Charlotte. So get to dab into some sports and live entertainment as well. Been in the business for quite a bit of time, so I'm really looking forward to this opportunity to discuss this topic.
Hello, everybody. My name is Noelle Skaggs, co-lead, co-composer of the band Fits and the Tantrums. Also founder of an initiative called Diversify the Stage that is looking towards creating a culture of accountability for diversity and inclusion in our live entertainment and touring spaces.
Amazing. Welcome, everybody. Thank you so much for taking time to have this discussion. So let's just go back and start with Binta. The formation of BMAC, Black Music Art Action Coalition. Tell us how it came together, what the goals are, and your personal thoughts on the lack of diversity in our business and the things we're going to do to change it.
Oh, so many questions. So first for BMAC, Black Music Action Coalition. It started really after the brutal and horrific murder of George Floyd. I got a call from my good buddy, Jeff Azoff, who I know is also one of your good buddies. And he and Doug Davis and Sean Holiday and Damian Smith and Prophet, they were having a conversation. They asked if I wanted to join in on their conversation. And then from there, it grew into an appreciation and a recognition that that artist managers in our business, and particularly those of us who represent Black music and work in Black music, that we needed to pull together and operate on behalf of our artists with one voice, one clear voice, in order to eradicate racism both within the music business as well as within broader society. And part of the premise of that is that for so long as we have racism in music, in sports, in film and television, because we set and influence culture, we're going to continue to have a racist society. It's really difficult to root out racism just on a policy basis if the businesses that promote culture and celebrate culture and set culture are themselves hobbled by deep structural systemic racism and, quite frankly, plantation capitalism. And so that's why we came together, and we've had our work cut out for us, quite frankly. I like to believe that we're doing a good job, but this is a marathon, it's not a sprint. And it's unquestionably a movement. It's not just a singular moment in time. And it's going to take a lot of time for us to have that, for us to really look within, to understand how we got to this point, and to have a true internal change of heart, which I think is ultimately what's going to be necessary. We've, as a country and as an industry, we've certainly experimented in the past with, diversity. Let's hire more Black people. Let's hire more women. Let's hire more of this, more of that. Let's include people. But what we really want to get after is integration, because it's only when we're speaking from the perspective of integration are we celebrating the equality that each of us has. And diversity is kind of like a chocolate chip cookie where the chocolate chips just on the outside, but not like melted into the core of the chocolate chip cookie. you know? So I think that we have a ways to go, and been really excited to work with this team. It's been amazing. And hopefully we'll have some announcements about some of our progress relatively soon.
It's all the lanes, all the work that all the lanes are doing that's going to create, make the whole thing happen. So Noelle, very cool. I just, you just kind of launched this initiative. You had said in an interview that as an artist and a Black woman, you can and will no longer accept being the only person like yourself in any room or on any stage. And amen. So you launched Diversify the Stage. Tell us your vision, your goal, and what we can do to help.
Yeah, I mean, it really stems from being an artist and, from my perspective, an artist in the alternative industry. My band really spans the pop alternative sector of music, and it doesn't, just show behind the scenes the lack of diversity. It's often in the audience. It's often in the representation across radio stations that have supported my band for years. It's been a rare occasion that I've ever met a person of color that is a program director at radio. Even within, the team infrastructure as well, it just seemed doesn't really call for a lot of diversity. So that was something on my mind that I'd been, thinking about before COVID hit. I was on a tour bus, we were doing a show, and I recognized that, wow, I don't think I've seen a Black face in maybe 2.5 weeks, just from our route, So for me, it was kind of like, is this like the norm? Like, have I gotten so used to this process that I've ignored it? Like, it's become, the back of my consciousness that this is just how my life has been. And, I decided to ask Fitz about it. I asked him, I was like, how have we not hired a person of color on our team? And our team is very small. We're not a massive band like Beyonce. We don't require hundreds or, you know what I'm saying? Even that, I don't know how many people she has on her team specifically, but we have a small crew. Our crew has been with us for years, but we also hire outside vendors who also give us staff. So my question, really was to Fitz and to our tour manager, Aaron, like, what is going on? Like, are there just no African Americans in these positions that you guys know? Like, how do people hire? So as I started asking more questions and I connected with different tour managers and production coordinators that I'd met throughout my career, one of the things I'd learned, was a lot of this business has to do with word of mouth. Obviously, there is a comfortability there. When we're touring, we want to be with people that we know are going to do their job, that, it's going to make my life easier as the performer, you know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of family, a lot of circle of friends, hiring practices that have been going on. So I talked to a manager friend of mine, and he was like, one of the ways to probably, approach this is, some type of central database. Is there something that is specific to hiring? And then I started doing the research. I was introduced to Jerome Crooks, who I've endorsed his website, which basically answers this one question: is there an employment portal significant to hiring touring staff? And he made one, and it's called Never Famous. And the whole focus is on connecting recruiters with qualified staff. The requirement is 2 years. We're looking at really making sure that this is a diverse space. Like, we are marketing it to the mosaic of our community and this industry. Because also what I've been finding, there are so many incredible grassroots organizations that have been working towards lifting up underrepresented communities. When we're looking at women in our industry, we have Women in Music, She Is the Music. Sound Girls is another organization I've been connected to. I started doing this work with Music Forward. Nazanin, Fatmi, and I have basically partnered up at Music Forward to create basically introductory workshops to our live touring spaces. So we have people from Henry Bordeaux to Nicole, Aaron, Massey, to Margaret Nguyen, all actually participating in these panels. And it's, you know, a part of the youth programming that I want to create, because my idea was, if the pool is shallow, then let's begin working towards making sure that it's no longer shallow in the years to come. Let's start connecting the dots with these grassroots organizations, teaming them up with industry partners, teaming them up with community colleges, because if we're looking for talent, there's an entire resource pool of young, you know, driven candidates coming from our community colleges and our educational infrastructure. So my idea is to really kind of be the person that connects the dots to create this collective movement. I want to team up with BMAC. I want to team up with Live Relation Urban to see how far we can take it, because for me, it's about creating that long-term change that we've all been talking about and looking for. So if we can, you know, create this kind of village, you know, and support our youth, introduce them to this ecosystem of job opportunities, get them equitable opportunities in the end that also consist in mentoring, then I feel like we're gonna be on a better path. So that's kind of my focus, is encouraging people, one, to get themselves on Never Famous, so that we can start creating an infrastructure that is central to our industry and hiring staff. And then let's uplift the youth and get these individuals, you know, into the ecosystem. You know, that's my TED talk on that one.
I'm exhausted by just your brain. So good for you, and it sounds like it's off to a great start. You're the way you're looking at it and the way you're approaching the work. So so congratulations to that. And we'll come back and we'll connect some dots here. So Becky, as you mentioned in your intro, in addition to being a partner at WME, you're the co-chair of the diversity task force at the ACMs. I'd love your thoughts on how we deal with the pipeline of talent, not just recruiting, but retaining. As Nicole mentioned, and as Binta mentioned, it's like we have to figure out how to get more people in the pipeline, but even interested and open to access and the opportunity. But then, you know, not just recruiting, but how are we retaining this talent? What are we doing?
Yeah, I mean, I loved how Binta said the chocolate chip kind of metaphor, because it's so true. Like, you can hire someone that fits whatever box you need to hire, not to be, you know, crude about it, but then it doesn't matter if they don't feel included and want to stay, right? And if they don't see the possibilities. I mean, I think that's a big thing. It's like, you know, get someone in early to see the career opportunities, whether that's on the stage, whether that's behind the scenes, whether that's in a corporate kind of setting that I'm in, or any of us might be in on this panel right now. And I think that's so important. And I know from the ACMs, we kind of rolled out our plan to really divide it into a membership category, which is obviously, you know, this is specific to the ACMs, but also to our industry colleagues and the artists, to the staff, and then overall to the fans. Because, you know, Noelle, I love how you said, like, sometimes you can look out on the stage and there can be some diversity depending where you are or what kind of show or what kind of festival it is, but those fans have to feel included and want to be part of that ecosystem as well. Because when you're, I mean, I know when I grew up watching concerts, you know, I didn't, honestly, I had no idea that I could have a job doing this. And then you eventually figure it out, right? But there's a lot of that education process. So to make sure there's access for those fans that feel included and want to be part of the business, and then how do they get there and opening those doors. I mean, I love what you're doing, Noelle. I'm here to help. We're definitely going to connect. And Binta and I have connected on some things too, and we're going to keep connecting on things, because it's like we need to keep opening doors so more and more people can want to even get their foot in the door, and then we can do and there's a lot of heavy lifting to keep them in and want to stay and want to keep growing. And it's a vague answer, right? Because it's going to be different for each type of sector. You know, getting someone to stay on the road, it's hard if you're the only person on the road, whether you're a female, whether you're Black, if you're the minority on the road. I mean, first of all, being on the road no, thank you. That's not for me. That's why I do what I do. That's not an easy life anyway. So then to try to get more people on the road when they feel lonely and feel like they're out of place, that's a big, big challenge. But the same in a corporate office. I've seen it firsthand, where if you're the only one in the office that looks like you, that talks like you, that has cultural, religious differences, you can feel pretty outcast right away. So I know we talked about systems. One of the big things that I like to think about is, yeah, systems need to change, but people need to change. Because even if you change those systems and the people aren't there to support it, it's not going to change the overall problem.
Thanks, Becky. So I want to turn to Donna. So when Noelle was talking about, going 2.5 weeks and not seeing another Black person on tour, I've been in this business for 30 something years. And yes, there are some women, but for the most part, as I became more successful too, I was truly the only woman in the room most of the time. And I have toured this country extensively. I've been in every arena in this country. And when I walked into Charlotte, this Q1 with my girl Oprah, and Donna met me, and she was the boss, I was like, hello. And why isn't there more of this? Because no offense to all my brothers out there, and by that I mean all the white guys who run all the buildings, and I love all of you. I know you're on here if you're on here, but we have got to see more diversity in all of these spaces, and Donna is one of the baddest asses. So I want you to talk about your experience, because I can't imagine what it's been like for you to get to where you are. So just talk to us about your experience.
Thank you. And I was happy to see you when you walked in that door. No, it's a great question. For me, I have grown up in this business really always being the only person in the room who looks like me, who's a woman, who's a person of color. So it has become kind of the culture that I've been in. We've seen some more women now coming to be GMs, in particular NBA facilities, but not any other women of color that I'm aware of at this time. So first of all, it's important for people to see me, right? I have to make sure that I'm being seen, not only for a person who may be thinking about a career and say, wow, I had no idea that I could do that because I look like her. So I think there's power in that. I also think there's power in me dealing with people. Like when I first started, I'd walk into a room and they'd be like, we're waiting for the GM. And I'd be like, well, here she is. This is it. So I feel like that's kind of part of what I'm supposed to be doing here. But it's a challenge. And I think you have to create an opportunity to improve people, give people an opportunity to grow in this building. I think if you know our building, I work hard on diversification. I have a variety of people. I make my net really big so that I can incorporate people into the opportunity to hire them for jobs, interview for jobs. Not everybody has to have a 10-page resume that can start in this business. I think we have to open our mind to what is the skill set that we actually need to do the job versus these long documents of what we need. And then, very good starting up programs with interns. I've hired numerous interns just to give them a chance. So it's almost like that net's just got to be bigger. We've got to give more people the opportunity to be seen and give them a chance. So that's kind of where I am. But yeah, it's been a struggle. It's been a challenge. I always felt like I was supposed to be there. So I was confident in that space, but it has been intimidating sometimes when you're constantly the only person in the room that looks like yourself. I was raised by two great parents who kind of gave me a great foundation so that I could feel like I could be there, but not everybody has that. So it's community outreach that I'm trying to do. I'm a big sister. I have a little sister I just got in the Big Brothers and Big Sisters program. So for me, it's just putting myself wherever I feel like I can make a difference in someone's life. And one other comment, like hiring someone and having them at your table is one thing, but listening to them and opening your mind to hear what they have to say to make them feel comfortable, to contribute to your organization, to be part of your culture is a totally different thing. And I think some people are thinking, I'm just going to hire this person and see what happens. No, you want to learn from that person. You want that person to add to your company, to your growth, and to your culture.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go over to David, our token man. We've got a token man.
I'm the only person in the room. I know how it feels.
See? So David, talk to us about the international markets and your experience and the conversations you're having on issues of equality around the globe.
Yeah, well, I think that certainly the Blackout Tuesday and pausing the show had, you know, massive resonance globally. You know, I think, to be fair, the murder of George Floyd was so horrific, irrespective of your background or your nationality or your experience. It was just something, I think, that collectively shocked the world. And I think the fact that we're in the middle of this pandemic forced everybody to watch without filter. You know, normally these things happen, people move on. We were forced to take every single aspect of that in, and I think that that's, on one hand, incredibly shocking, but I think it's really driven a call to arms in all of our international markets. And what we are seeing in different countries is that people are, one, looking at issues of racial inequality and injustice, but also looking at injustice for other areas. So there are places and markets where the population of Black people is much lower, but the reality is that people are looking at gender equality. They're looking at the experience of LGBT communities. So this whole intersectionality has really been forced to the front. And what it has done is been quite uncomfortable. And, you know, in the UK, for example, I'm sure you've seen people literally ripping the fabric of those institutions down, pulling statues representing slave masters. But in places like Australia, the indigenous population have been increasingly vocal about demanding equality. And this is happening in all of our markets where gender equality is significantly behind North America and Europe. People are starting to ask those important questions. I think one of the things that has been different, and people often ask me about what's different this time, is that the conversations have been so much more deeper and richer. And an example of that have been conversations that I've been party to in relation to racism. And we talk often about unconscious bias, but what's been really prevalent is that how people unconsciously navigate their experience, and the actual collective taking it in and thinking, I'm actually managing a world that doesn't treat me equally, has been quite painful. And certainly for people who are Black who have talked, the revelation to people who haven't had that experience of saying, it governs where I live, where I send my kids to school. It even governs where I go on vacation. Those are just unconscious considerations that people are making. And I think that level of awareness has happened probably for the first time. And it is uncomfortable, I think, for everyone, but it's a necessary step in actually trying to unpackage some of those things.
Yeah, it's a big mountain to climb. It's a big mountain to climb. So going back over to Binta, you know, Nicole talked about Diversify the Stage and the programs that she's doing around that. And Becky brought up how as live entertainment producers, how our audiences feel. I know in Nashville this summer, there was a lot of discussion around Confederate flags and banning them. NASCAR banned it. But in terms of really creating the changes that we need to see, what can we do? I saw an article yesterday or recently in the Hollywood Reporter about the inclusion riders that they're putting in now. And I mean, she came in and she was like, these are the standards and this is what we're doing. So a press release is great, performative action is great, but when you set accountability and you set standards, you know, now we all got to rise to that. But Binta, I'd love you to talk about that a little bit. Like, what are the things? What are the quantifiable things that you think that we can be doing?
So, I mean, without a doubt, and by the way, Noelle, I will join you in saying that in the small tours that I've been on, the mid-sized tours that I've been on, and the really large tours that I've been on, I've been the only Black woman. And I've never met a Black promoter. I've only met a couple of Black agents. Those are the things that we need to start changing. So the inclusion riders, I think, are really important. And I'm so glad and so happy to see agencies and promoters embracing this idea. There's a step beyond that, which bears mentioning, which doesn't really affect us in the live space as much, but you know, they've done this in the Oscars. I've heard rumors that BAFTA is doing this, and that's looking at if you're going to be eligible for a Grammy, if you're going to be eligible for awards from Billboard, if you're going to be eligible for whatever, you know, the award body is, you know, that within the next several years, we need to start mandating that teams represent what America is. And then I think that our desire to get these awards is so strong that people are going to do it, because they're going to look around and they're going to realize, oh, wait, it turns out, you know, that there are Black people who can do this and who want to do this, or that there are women who want to do this, or whatever the group is that isn't there, that's not, you know, all the white guys that we see around these spots. You know, as I was listening to everybody else, you know, I was thinking about my own very, very, very small team. And then also teams that I've put together over the course of the last several years. I haven't actually really hired that many men. And it's not that I have anything against men. I love men. I think men are wonderful. But there are a lot of women who, they see me in a place of visibility. They want to work in the music business. They want to work in entertainment. And so they're sending in their applications or their resumes, or they have the courage, you know, to figure out how to reach me over direct message or whatnot. And they happen to do it right around when I'm looking for somebody usually. And they're really extraordinarily well qualified. And it's kind of easy to hire women. Like there are lots of women who are out there. And I believe that the same thing is true when it comes to doing a better job of integrating Black folks. So, you know, the only place where I have seen, and actually it's not integrated, but the only place where I've seen a lot of Black people in the audience and at the clubs, and they're not necessarily the clubs that are run by promoters like AG or Live Nation, is on the Chitlin circuit. You know, there you see a lot of Black folks. But here's what the crazy thing is that when I say when I speak of the Chitlin circuit, outside of the Chitlin circuit or outside of Black music, very few people know what I'm talking about. In fact, some people have gone so far as to tell me, Binta, that doesn't exist. And I'm like, well, how do you think all of these acts broke? Where do you think they started? You know, they started by playing and performing in front of Black audiences, you know, in small towns. It's regional. And so I think that's one of the other things, is that we not taking over that circuit, that touring circuit, but learning and looking at that touring circuit and figuring out what are, you know, like, who are the people who, you know, could work at 2 different kinds of venues, you know, like, because they're there, they're getting the skills. And there are tour managers who come up through there, you know, like all of these people are out there. So I think the inclusion riders are important. I think it's important for us to look at our award process and what are the criteria that we're considering when we're determining eligibility. I think that we should also be looking, quite frankly, at, you know, like just like the pure numbers, right? So if you're an agency and you look at yourself, you put up your annual picture, your training picture, and you do not see anything but white faces, you don't need a comprehensive study to tell you that there's a problem. What you need is to go and hire Black people or Hispanic people or Asian people, because you can see it. You can literally see it. Same thing with the promoters. If you hold it up, you know, it doesn't take a lot of rocket science. And what we probably really want to avoid doing is being like the CEO of Wells Fargo, who recently said, well, you know, the reason why we haven't hired more Black folks at Wells Fargo is because they don't exist. This is just not true. You know, like my law school class at Columbia Law School was one of the most diverse. We had 50 out of 320 people in my law school class were Black, which we all loved because we knew that it wasn't affirmative action that caused us to get in, and that we weren't quota filling, and that we were actually well qualified to be admitted. But, you know, so there are a lot of people out there, and there are a lot of people who are in music industry adjacent fields, whether it's sports, whether it's advertising, whether it's legal, whether it's business management. There are a lot of folks who are in these adjacent fields who would be wonderful hires. And so the last thing that I'll say on this is that, you know, I didn't know about what you were working, the project that you're working on, Noelle. Ava DuVernay is also doing something very similar with film and below the line hiring. The theater industry is also looking at working with Ava and Ere. And we need to do the same thing very, very broadly for the music industry. But what it should look like in the music industry isn't just that there's a portal or a binder full of, you know, Black folks who are either below the line or in above the line senior executive roles. We actually need to, in a way, and this is difficult because we don't like quotas. There are problems with the idea of affirmative action. What I mean by that is that it doesn't create the internal change. It doesn't integrate anything. You know, if people don't feel comfortable, but we need to start looking at those and saying, have you, like, as part of your hiring criteria, we're holding this in front of you. All of these folks are well qualified. We should be hiring Black vendors, small Black businesses, Black, you know, small Black production companies, touring companies. They exist. They're all over the country. They're all over the place. And not only that, from a quantifying basis, not only should we be hiring and doing business with these folks, but we should be investing in their companies. Because one of the biggest problems the small Black entertainment companies have and service providers have is that they have inadequate capital and they don't have access to capital, and so they can't grow. And they do not benefit from generational wealth. They are not benefiting from having had a parent who's in this industry who knows the ropes necessarily. These are all highly entrepreneurial people and highly entrepreneurial outfits. And what they need is capital and technical assistance so that they can properly grow and service and market their companies and services.
Yeah, so wow, lots to unpack there. I just kind of want to open it up and get everybody, not, you know, like everybody talking. It's so funny. I keep looking at, we're all just sitting there going, yeah. I want to make a couple of points and then I just want to open it up and everybody go. You know, you talk about affirmative action. I feel like since coming to Live Nation a year and a half ago and diving into this work that's not just about buying tours and putting butts in seats, but like really drilling down on this issue, one of the things I keep preaching is generosity. You know, we need to reframe the way we're looking at this. And if we want more women, if we want more people of color, we have to be generous. It's not affirmative action. It's not a mandate. There should be mandates because it's never going to frickin' change unless it's mandated, unless your bonus is tied to your performance of hitting these numbers. We have to do that, and we all have to just, you know, drill down and hang on and do it. But generosity to women, creating flexibility so that women can, you know, we're gonna, you know, procreate. We're carrying that baby, we're giving birth, and, you know, most of us are breastfeeding. So how are we creating a space for that? How are we creating a space for women, the invisible labor of women, the things that we take on? There are all these things. We have to be generous, or else we're going to just keep having white men, you know, running our business. So I just want to open it up. I don't know where I'm going with this, but just David, start talking.
I know you said David, start talking.
Well, he unmuted. He has something to say.
No, I was just going to say that I think the point that was made about the potential impact of the entertainment industry on local economies through this supply chain, opening up the supply chain, is probably the one area that I'm most excited about. You know, no matter how big your business is, you can employ thousands of people, but when you're spending around like $2 billion a year on vendors and procurement and businesses, the scale of the impact, the potential impact to not just change how a business works, but change the fabric of neighborhoods and communities and give disenfranchised groups and opportunities is an absolutely fantastic opportunity. And it's one of the things that I've seen emerge from the discussions within Live Nation. But collectively, when you're looking at the whole of the entertainment industry, there is a huge scope to change not only people's life chances now, but actually for generations to come, because we know that when wealth is accrued within families, that has a knock-on effect to children and future generations. And that really is an opportunity that I do believe that we're going to walk through.
Mm-hmm. Pam sent us all that Citi report. I don't know if anybody got a chance to look at it, but Citi recently published a report called Closing the Racial Inequality Gaps, where they assert that the economic impact for not addressing racial gaps has cost the US $16 trillion over the last 20 years. And further, if we close those gaps now, we could see 5 trillion additional GDP over the next 5 years. So we're all business people here. If for no other reason than our businesses will actually do better, we should be fighting for equality. So that's just to kind of like bookend what David was just saying. Open it up. Anybody got comments, thoughts?
Gotta jump in on that. Racism is like insanely expensive. And think about it, if people aren't numbers people, think about it visually. When things are divided, you have less. When things are integrated, you have more, and you have the ability to grow the pie. You know, so the idea that we have to have a mindset of protecting what's ours, and you know, like any business, any institution that adapts the habit of mind of, I have to protect what I've gained and what I've earned. And that's when you stop innovating. That's when you stop expanding. It's when you stop actually competing, you know, like, because all you're doing is being defensive. Defensiveness is an inherently anti-growth strategy. Just like a lack of transparency in the business is an anti-growth strategy. When we're transparent and when people know what's going on, then we actually, and there's better information, then we can compete better against one another. When people are competing, there are derivative benefits because the pie is just continuing to grow and to grow and to grow. And I just got to underscore that point about healthy Black businesses lead to healthy Black communities, lead to healthy Black cities, lead to healthy Black, it leads to healthy America, mixed and integrated America, right? Because you don't have this weight, like holding us down, like the baggage that we all carry from racism is that we're afraid to invest because we don't think everybody deserves the same thing. But if we had social safety nets, and if we were thinking about this in a more global perspective, then and we leveled that playing field, like truly level the playing field, then it becomes possible to grow that pie. And the pie, like, it's crazy to me. It's crazy to me that we don't want to make more money because we're so afraid of one another. So it really does require a mindset and a change of mindset, and as much as a shift in heart. So
when people are so worried about saying something that's going to outcast a part of their fan base, I'm like, there's more fans out there. You will get more fans if you are honest, and if you are respectful, and if you are inclusive, I promise you. So that's all I'll say. Donna, back to you.
No, that's great. I just was going to chime in on, of course, supporting minority business and women's business is important, but also the ones that we're doing our all other business with, we have to hold them accountable for what is their platform? What are you doing in a company? Like, what is your diversity program? What is your hire? Like, we just had, I won't mention any names, but we just had a bunch of presentations. All white men came in to present to us on something. And it's just like, that's not what we're looking for. We're looking to work with someone who feels like we do on diversification and opportunities for people. So I think that's just such a big pot that we've got to dive into. And there's a lot of opportunities there.
Yeah.
And certainly in the UK and other international markets, this whole issue of supply chain has been really important because, one, it's challenged this perception that white business, if you want to call it that, doesn't have a stake or doesn't have an interest in supporting the Black community, and we know from our experience that isn't the case. But in some cases, the scale of contracts is so large that smaller startups can't actually have the capacity to access those. So actually providing a consortium environment where many smaller vendors work together with a larger vendor is a really good gateway in, and that's been a really successful part of what happens.
So Noelle, I also saw you've mentioned the need to break the cycle of peer-to-peer recruiting and closed networks that are critical for opportunities within touring. I got to tell you, I'm guilty of it. I've hired a lot of people over the last 30 years, and literally it's like, where'd the recommendation come from? Where'd the resume come from? Okay, I'll give that person a shot. And typically it's usually a woman, to the point where I got called out for reverse discrimination and got my hand slapped that I was only hiring women. But talk about that a little bit, and this critical step that we need to take in terms of opening it up.
I think definitely having a resource, that can be a replacement. We were always going to hire people that we're comfortable with. That's how I got my job. I got my job with Fits and the Tantrums because I was the first name that popped into our saxophonist James King's mind, because we just happened to have finished a tour together with a different project 6 months prior to him working with Fits. So I understand the word of mouth, thing. It kept, musicians in my community of Los Angeles working. We call each other for sessions. I know that is an important step. When we have an ecosystem that is so vast, and we have the large problem of our stagehands and our touring communities, like agencies across the board, looking like one thing, and it being a continuous conversation about how we're going to change it, but then no real actionable change or quantifiable change has been happening, right? We're talking about seeing is believing. I think that it's really important as an industry to create a system that is based upon using the technology that we have available to us, utilizing these communities like Roadies of Color, looking at all of these organizations that were started to create safe spaces for our underrepresented communities and getting them involved in these conversations. Because another thing that I was noticing, and really honestly what kicked off Diversify the Stage for me, was that Blackout Tuesday thing. It was like, okay, so here we are with another executive, talking about diversity and inclusion, but their board is all white dudes. Where are you trying to fix that? Because if we don't have enough representation in the spaces that are actually giving the referrals, like if we're looking at the managers that are hiring our tour managers and they're hiring the same tour manager for their clients, you know what I'm saying? If we're looking at how with my band, we went to our agent to find out, hey, do you have a recommendation on X, Y, and Z? If we're not looking at the infrastructure inside that's giving these recommendations, 9 times out of 10, we're not going to acquire what we're looking for.
I was gonna, because we're at the, we're wrapping it up now. I was gonna ask everybody just real quickly to say what you're excited about, because I know this is really hard work and there's a lot of despair, there's a lot of chaos, there's a lot of uncertainty from COVID, there's a lot of things that are really hard. But as my mantra is right now, and I think I emailed this to Binta this morning, hope is a discipline and a practice. And so I am excited for all the work all of you are doing, and I appreciate it, and I am here for it. And part of my thing is the connectivity between what all of us are doing, because that is what makes it bigger and bigger and bigger. But if each one of you could just take a second and talk about what you're hopeful about, what you're excited about, that would be an awesome way to bring it back.
I'll jump in. I agree with what David said earlier. I think it's amazing we're having this panel, we're having these conversations, and there's so many of us doing work, and whether it's in different sectors, but it's overlapping, we're all coming together to just keep, you know, going up this mountain and moving this boulder. So yay, that's hopeful for me. And I'm excited. I know it's hard, but we can all do hard things, especially when we have a good support team and we're all using each other to keep rallying. So congrats to all of you. And thank you to all of you.
Okay, I'll go.
Thanks.
Yeah, I'm excited about the fact that people have now got to the stage where I think the challenges are things that we all accept, we all know what they are, but now very much, and I think this conversation shows that today, people are saying we're going to do something. And it doesn't mean that it will be perfect in the future, that everything will work, but we're brave enough to try something and be prepared to fail in order to get it right. And I think that that is something that I'm seeing globally. So that's my take on things.
Yes, courage.
I am hugely excited by the prospect of live coming back. I'm not saying that it's coming back next week, but I'm excited for the moment when it does come back. And the reason why I'm excited is not just because we'll all be making money again, that'll be nice. But I'm excited because when live comes back, I'm excited because there's pent up demand for it. There's pent up demand for all of us to be together again. And we've learned so much about ourselves during this period where we haven't had live. And so I'm excited for live to come back. I'm excited for that experience of, I remember the first time I saw Fits and the Tantrums in Central Park, probably maybe a decade or more or so ago. You know, I'm excited for that moment where, you know, people of different backgrounds are all standing and we're rocking and we're moving to the same beat, you know, because it's always been music. It's been that thing that helps us to see our shared common humanity in one another. You know, like music is the thing where it's like, you realize this person likes it, that person likes it, I like it, we're all here together. You turn to your neighbor, it might not even be somebody that you know. You just start talking to them because you all dig the same thing, you know? So like, I can't wait for that moment when we're not also isolated and we're separated from one another, and that we're gonna be all together at festivals and large venues and small venues, because that's where the work happens, you know? That's when we realize that we all love one another. Because where we all have hearts that beat and brains that think, and that we all want to dance, you know? So I can't wait for that moment, you know, like, and that's one of the things that, quite frankly, on my darkest days, it keeps me going, because I know there's going to be a point when we all get together again and we're all going to just be rocking out. I can't wait.
So hopeful and about conversations like this that are happening, the fact that so many people have been willing to have some difficult conversations and kind of put themselves out there, that's hopeful to me, you know, that you can talk and that we can hold each other accountable, because I do think accountability is going to be the right step, right? You can say the right thing, but we need to hold each other accountable for what we're saying. Show me what you're doing. Don't just tell me, show me what you're doing. So I'm hopeful on that. And I think there is this vulnerability that we put ourselves out there. Let's have these conversations and let's move the needle forward. It is a journey, but we can get there together. And that makes me hopeful and excited about the future.
Love it.
Love it. I agree with every single word that has been said on here. I mean, I am so happy. I mean, this journey, you know, with launching Diversify the Stage has been so fulfilling for me, because I see the number of individuals that are doing the work and want to be a part of it and to support using their networks. It has been so incredible. You know, people like yourself, Allie, like everybody that has come to the table, even to help me in getting the word out, has been so significant. You know, I know that I'm not in this alone. I know that it's not going to be some like battle where I got to knock down every door and try to get in every artist inbox and things like that, because I have a support system of incredible human beings that want to see this change happen. And I think I'm looking really forward to, like Benta said, when we start up again, when we start up again and we're seeing what we're now putting in place, seeing what happens going into 2021. You know what I'm saying? Because then we get to really see, you know, where the kinks are, where we still need to work and do all of these things. So I'm really looking forward to seeing the progress. I'm looking forward to seeing the progress within my own team and my stage, you know, stage crews and who we hire, and just having an impact also on young people. You know, I got into this business to help people. I didn't get into it to become famous. You know, like if I could have lended anybody any amount of joy in my career, then I felt like I actually contributed to society in some way. And that's what gets me on that stage every night. So I'm looking forward to just the progress moving forward and, you know, all the work that we're going to be able to do together in the future.
Love it. Okay, so in closing, I want to read something I read this morning that really spoke to me. I've edited it a bit just for the sake of time, but and it takes courage for me to read parts of this because I'm so programmed in my own Stockholm syndrome and misogyny and all of the things I've been programmed by for the last 30 years. But here it goes. Each of us can help fix this. Each of us can own our racism, own our re-education, speak up against injustice, make a difference in our communities, and uplift and support Black and Brown people. We can relearn our own history. We can acknowledge racism in our schools, society, justice system, all of it. We can believe Black people when they tell us something is racist and hold space for their truth. We can make space for Black and Brown people, especially women, to be in leadership and support their leadership. We can stop supporting the patriarchy and relying on our whiteness and closeness to men to advance ourselves, traitors to our own needs, interests, healthcare, and sex. We can break these pieces down for our family and friends, creating a wave of understanding. We can be active in our communities for actions that do not directly benefit us. What we need is all of us working together to stand up for human rights now. So with that, I want to thank you all for taking part and showing that it's uncomfortable having conversations about equality. I feel better being on this journey because of people like you, and I know we can make a difference. And I am here from my platform and my humanness to do whatever I can to help anybody fighting this fight.
Together a fantastic virtual conference. I hope by this time next year, all of us are in a better place and we can all meet safely in person in Nashville. As we wrap up our programming, let's take a moment to reflect on the last 12 months and remember the friends and colleagues we lost.
I'm Pam Matthews, IEBA's Executive Director. Thank you for spending some time with us these past few days. Many of you have been IEBA members for 10, 20, 30 years, and we have missed seeing you. We've missed seeing you at the Sofitel in Beverly Hills, on a rooftop in Manhattan, and at the Omni Nashville. Recently, I've stopped thinking about IEBA as an organization, and I think of us more as a collective, the collective we. And we have our sights set on 2021. IEBA is scheduled to be at the Omni Nashville October 3, 4, and 5. To Renee Alexander and John Bolton, thank you for your leadership. To the entire board, thank you for your support. A special thank you this year to Becky Caldwell, Mallory Hines, Eric Bressler, Christine Barkley, Allie Harnell, Wade Asher, Kelly Houston, the Young Professional Steering Committee led by Joe Giordano and Noel Largus. And to Barry Jeffrey and Todd Bolter for their tremendous efforts with our Educational Outreach Fund. This year, we gave away over $70,000 to 35 students. And I'm going to leave you with the Educational Outreach Report. I encourage you to stick around for just another 2 minutes. At the end of this presentation, there's something a little special, a treat, and I guarantee it's going to make your day. So thank you again, and take care, everybody.
Hello, everyone. I'm Todd Bolton, president of Variety Attractions, one of the companies that founded IEBA back in 1970. As many of you know, I've been fundraising for IEBA scholarships for nearly 20 years now. IEBA formed its Educational Outreach Fund in 2017, and it's my honor to serve as vice president and treasurer of its board. The Educational Outreach Fund is a 501c3 public charity, and all donations are tax deductible. Last year, IEBA endowed $350,000 to create 6 new scholarships. This year, on Blackout Tuesday, we donated $25,000 to Fisk University and pledged another $75,000. The fund provides scholarships to college students aspiring to have a career in live entertainment in 3 ways: through permanently endowed scholarships at universities across the United States, through our summer internship program, and through our Achievement and Campus Programming scholarships. This year, the fund awarded nearly $70,000 to 35 students from 14 universities. We awarded scholarships to 10 students interning in live entertainment this summer, despite the shutdown. Although many of these internships were remote, students reported their experience were engaging and insightful. We awarded 2 Achievement in Campus Programming scholarships to students serving on their student activities boards. Samantha serves as co-executive director of USC's Concerts Committee, and Brooke is the publicity chair for NYU's Strawberry Festival. Donations to the IEBA Educational Outreach Fund have a direct impact on the students' future, and a few of our past recipients would like to thank you for your support.
Hi, I'm Madison Hayes. I received the J.P. Williams Scholarship in 2017.
Hi, my name is Gabe Raftery, and in 2019, I received the George Moffitt Scholarship. I just want to take the time to thank IEBA and everyone who made this scholarship possible, because going to Belmont in Nashville, Tennessee was a very big undertaking for myself, but receiving the scholarship helped incredibly and let me focus on my passion of pursuing the music business.
Hi, I'm Monica Smith, and I received the George Moffitt Scholarship in 2017.
Hello, my name is Madison Fry, and I received an Achievement in Campus Programming Scholarship from IEBA in 2018. The scholarship allowed me to have an internship in Nashville, Tennessee, which led to a career, and I now get to live here full time. Thanks, IEBA.
Receiving a scholarship from IEBA really helped set me up for success while I was in college. When you're a college student juggling multiple jobs, internships, and classes, scholarships can take a lot of pressure off your plate. So thanks to IEBA, I was able to focus on my goals, and now I own an event company. So thank you to IEBA, and congrats on 50 years.
Hello, my name is Sean Holland. Last summer I received a summer internship scholarship from IEBA.
Hi everybody, my name is Ben Greenspan. I'm from Rhode Island, but I've lived in Los Angeles for the last 3.5 years. I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank you all for the scholarship I was awarded back in 2016. It allowed me to take an internship in New York, attend the IEBA conference, and make countless connections over the years, which has led me to my current role as a talent booker at Spotify. I'm really grateful for those of you who have donated to the Educational Outreach Fund, and for those of you who will donate in the future. And for that, I want to say thank you for the support. I hope everybody stays safe, and a huge congratulations on 50 years. That's an amazing accomplishment.
Hi, my name is Janae Robertson, and in 2018, I was one of several students selected to receive the IEBA scholarship. And let me tell you, that was one of the best things that happened to me that year. I was about to graduate college at MTSU. I had received an internship opportunity in the live industry, and I was super excited about it, but at the same time, I was just like, how am I going to afford 2 to 3 more months of living in Nashville? And almost as if magic happened, I remember getting that email a few weeks before finals saying that I had won the scholarship, and that changed everything. Because of this scholarship, I was able to afford staying in Nashville for those extra couple of months, and I was able to say yes to that internship opportunity. And hey, I'm still here 2 years later. That internship actually hired me on full time, and all of that was made possible due to that IEBA scholarship. So thank you to the Educational Outreach Board. Thank you for your contribution. I hope you know how much it impacts the lives of students across the country. And if you don't know, here I am. I'll be that example for you. Thank you. Also, shout out to Pam and Claudia and Cole. You are the reason I've had so many amazing experiences here, from being a student even up till now in this great city. So once again, thank you so much for your contributions. And also, congrats on 50 years.